I now call this Bryan Independent School District meeting to order. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. The time is 6:01 p.m. I wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone present this evening. We've got a full house. I ask that you please turn off the sound on all electronic devices, and let's stand for our pledges. This evening, we will have students from Jane Long Intermediate School.
My name is Scarlett.
My name is Cash, in 6th grade. My name is Henry.
My name is Nora. My name is Brisa.
My name is Anaya.
My name is Thomas.
My name's Oliviana.
My name's Catalea.
My name's Sydney.
My name's Sophia.
My name's Anna.
My name's Gabriel. Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now for the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yeah. Yay.
Great job. We'll start with our spotlights this evening. Our first spotlight is for teacher incentive allotment celebrations. Dr. Barbara Ibarra, our Associate Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, will present.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are thrilled to be here this evening. We have a very large audience, and we had an even bigger room earlier. Tonight, we are honoring the newly designated TIA teachers in Bryan ISD. So we have a great number of people here today. Earlier, there were 160 people. And when we talk about the teacher incentive allotment, it's all based on student growth and teacher performance on instructional strategies. So there are 3 designation levels: recognized, exemplary, and masters. And this evening we're honoring 76 newly designated recognized teachers, 74 exemplary, and 9 master level designations. With that comes a payout. That should be a round of applause, right? You're right. It's fantastic news. With that comes funding from the state of Texas to pay an additional allotment to each of these teachers based on the campuses that they work at. So we couldn't be more thrilled to honor them and thank them for, I think Ms. Binford said it earlier, putting children first. Clearly, if their students are growing, they put them first. And we're very, very pleased and thankful. Very, very briefly, the TIA process is a 2-year process. And so we had data collection for these teachers last school year. So during the 24-25 school year, we collected data on if and how much their students grew, as well as the teacher appraisal that dealt with instruction. Those 2 numbers go into a system that has to be approved by the Texas Education Agency. That went in October to them, and in February they approved the designations that we put forward, which means this June all of those teachers will receive a lump sum payout based on their designation level. So a 2-year process, sticking with Bryan ISD and sticking with our kids and growing them. To date, we have had tremendous success with TIA, and thanks to the leadership of the board for approving and encouraging us to seek out that funding source to compensate our teachers. All the way back to the first group in 22-23, we started with a small group of teachers, mostly core teachers, and we received $2.3 million in additional compensation for teachers. All the way up to this year, we anticipate that to be well over $5 million of additional compensation that will go directly to our teachers. Bryan ISD is now home to 430 total designated teachers under the teacher incentive allotment system. So I think that is a round of applause for sure. This afternoon, we got the opportunity to do a quick reception with the board and with these teachers. It is a wonderful problem to have that we couldn't fit all of the TIA teachers in this room, just the newly designated this year, and it was a packed house. So that is a wonderful problem to have when you have so many fantastic teachers. Finally, looking forward to the next year, TEA has released a new designation level called Acknowledged Teacher, and they've increased the payout allotments for teachers at all of the levels. So everything levels up again next year, and again, some really tremendous payouts. If you're a master level teacher, anywhere between $12,000 and $36,000 in one paycheck in June on top of your salary for growing kids at the highest levels. So tremendous work. It's no small feat to become a master level teacher, but each of these teachers exhibits what we want for our own children, that we grow them in the time that we have with them. So couldn't be more pleased to present them to you this evening and to honor them with a photo with the Board of Trustees. If that's all right with the board, sure. It's not good? Okay. Yeah. If we could have the board please stand behind the dais. If you're a TIA designated teacher, if you'll please come and stand at the front on the 2 stairs, then also in the front here, and I'll move this podium out of the way.
Sorry. That's she called earlier. Just said it's going around. So, yeah. And I know she probably
Do it right when the picture state.
everyone's happy at this point. Passed it already.
While they're coming to the front, also want to give a shout out to the principals that work with all of our teachers and are here celebrating with them this evening. They've poured into these teachers so that they can pour into their students and achieve growth with students. So thanks so much to our principals. All right, congratulations. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Coach. Yes. He said they win both this week in the playoffs. I can't wait to when we say we're going to the playoffs and we don't have to worry about the D word, Duncan Billings. That's right.
Where is
Glad you're way down there by yourself.
That's okay. Is, all right, our next spotlight is for the Intermediate Teacher of the Month.
Good evening. My name is Shori Grunkemeyer, and I'm the Dean of Instruction at Jane Long Intermediate. Tonight, I am excited to recognize Miss Alessandra Cayaus as our February Teacher of the Month. Miss Cayaus is our 5th grade new arrival center teacher, and she has been with the district in Jane Long for the past 4 years. Miss Cayaus brings incredible energy and creativity to her NAC classroom, making what we can offer often be a very challenging experience for students learning a new language into one that is engaging, welcoming, and empowering. She turns the process of learning a second language into an opportunity filled with confidence, growth, and success. Ms. Cayous is a strong advocate for her students and holds them to high expectations because she believes in their abilities and their futures. What stands out most is the patience, kindness, and care she demonstrates every single day. She is consistently described as someone who is understanding and supportive, and that she takes the time to ensure everyone learns, often reteaching concepts and providing additional support without hesitation. Her colleagues echo those same sentiments, noting her dedication to going above and beyond for her students, while also being a supportive and valued member of our team. Ms. Cayous represents the very best of what we strive for as educators, and we are incredibly fortunate to have her serving the students of Jane Long.
Woohoo.
Congratulations. Also want to mention this evening we have Truist Bank Representative Alonzo Robles presenting our gift cards. Thank you for being here. Congratulations. Our next spotlight is for Auxiliary Employee of the Month, presented by Mr. Pat Corbett, Executive Director of Operations.
Good evening. School Nutrition Services is proud to recognize Mr. Simon Acosta as the February Auxiliary Employee of the Month. Simon has been an employee with Bryan ISD since early 2018. He is a dedicated and detail-oriented employee at our central distribution warehouse. Simon has an easygoing demeanor that makes him highly effective in stressful situations. He remains calm and measured no matter how many issues or requirements are conflicting with one another. Simon is also very preventive maintenance focused and works hard to keep all of the over 30-year-old equipment operational and functional. Simon is a candid individual to bring up and discuss issues before they become critical or reduce warehouse efficiency. Simon is measured and diligent in his approach and success in assigned tasks. He takes on assigned tasks and accomplishes them on time with little additional guidance needed, even when additional tasks were required to see his department succeed. He is demonstrating this now as the warehouse is currently one employee down. Congratulations, Simon, on this well-deserved recognition. Your focus, hard work, and diligence are positively impacting CDC Warehouse and the students of Bryan ISD every day. We're grateful to have you on our team.
Congratulations. Next, we have a Community Partnership Award presented by Dr. Brian Merrill, Deputy Superintendent.
I've asked Alfred to join me. I'm excited and honored to be completely honest, to introduce the next group of individuals. They're not only part of the NAACP, but they're a part of really so many of our organizations and truly the fabric of this community. When you think about the amazing individuals that are sitting behind me, decades worth of work and support and accountability. to be completely honest, in such a healthy way that I'm incredibly proud to be a member of the NAACP and support them in any way, shape, or form that I possibly can. And just to put it into perspective, we have a faith-based partnership, and they have partnered with Sadberry, and they're very active on the campus, not only on a daily basis, just in the simple fact of greeting, and I don't want to steal any of Alfred's thunder, but they are very, very active. And so I'll let him explain a little bit about the partnership, and I'll bring up some individuals that we'd love to thank.
Thank you. Yeah, as Dr. Merrill was saying, from greeting our kids in the morning to making sure our teachers have snacks to making sure we're supported during the testing days in the fall and in the spring, we couldn't do it without these guys. Miss Ann Boney, I know that she calls every other night and says, "What do you guys need?" We're there. And so, again, it's just with a great honor and privilege to present these guys with this award. Thank you, Dr. Merrill.
Absolutely. Let me explain a little bit as well, just their level of involvement. We'll talk about a specific instance where they saw fit to really make way for our students to have an incredible field trip. They went to San Antonio. They did an essay contest, a Martin Luther King Jr. essay contest. And really, at the beginning of this year, January, really had one of the most magical field trips from all perspectives that I've seen in a long time. They loaded them up, took them all day, just had an incredible experience, made way for them to just have everything paid for. They really took care of them, made sure they had food, and made sure that they got entry into all of the various places that they went. And more importantly, they felt loved. I spent a little bit of time talking to a bus driver afterwards, and she talked about what an amazing experience it was, not only for her, but for the students. And when I think back to their involvement, it's right now embedded in Sadberry, but I think back to the ambassadors, and the students are actively engaged in all of our nonprofit work. And Ms. Boney and Ms. Tennell, who I'll bring up in a minute, did a phenomenal job in really including our students. And so often we come and we serve and we do exactly what we're intended to do. But I'll never forget the very first time we came to the NAACP Gala. They were included in the back, and they were able to sit and participate, and able to participate not only in the service, which we greatly appreciate, but they were able to hear the speakers. They were able to learn from it, and they're really imparting in the next generation to make sure that we've got students and young adults turning into adults that are advocates in this community. And as I stated, we're better because of that. And I'm thankful. I moved here in 2018, and the presence of the NAACP, the presence of Ann Boney, and just that is just quite incredible. We're now led by an amazing lady, Ebony Tennell. If I could bring her up. She is our president of the NAACP. Come on up. And then I would have her introduce as well Miss Ann Boney and some of the other folks, if y'all would come and stand. It was lucky enough to participate in the Jubilee yesterday. And so, come on up, Ebony. She doesn't like to speak. I apologize. Wonderful, wonderful. Her husband's in the back as well. He's in and around in everything that she does, taking a back seat. So I hate to put you on the spot. I know you get nervous. Okay. But we appreciate your partnership. Thank you for not only being a faith-based leader, but a parent and a nonprofit, leading a nonprofit in our community. So thank you so very much. So if you want to introduce everybody or talk, we would appreciate it.
I will. I'll first say thank you to everyone for having us here today. I get nervous when I'm among people who I don't know, but I know all of you guys. So it's with great honor that we were selected or participate with the O.W. Sadberry Intermediate School as our faith-based partner. I will say it is not just the NAACP. We also have Sisters Lifting Sisters and the Health Department. Brazos County Health District. Who are in partnership in that partnership. It's been an amazing opportunity. I choose to raise my children in Bryan ISD. My husband won't let me go anywhere else. So it's important for us as parents and as community members to give back where we can. And what better way to do that with these awesome people here with me. I have Miss Charlie Mae Lockett, Miss Ann Boney, Miss Jennifer Roth Hassan, Mr. and Mrs. Dr. Garner, Dr. and Dr. Garner, and Mr. Tennell, my husband back there. What else? Okay.
Ms. Boney, would you like to say anything? I don't know.
I don't have to say anything. I'm kind of like Sister Ebony. All of you guys know me. I've been around for years. I am a community person. One person that didn't come down here and stand with us is Miss Felicia Bentley. Felicia is a part of our group as well. Some of my people are not here. Linda Asbury is not here. Dr. Broussard is not here. We had some that were not able to be here. We have two of them. Well, another teacher, Charles Denzi. And he's a part of this group, and his brother Chris is as well. So we have an amazing group that we work with, Sadberry. And I want to thank you for allowing us the opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. I can truly say we're better as a district because of the amazing partnerships that we have in our faith-based community. And this is just one example of them going above and beyond to make sure that our students have everything that they need. So thank you all so very much. We appreciate your support. You're a gift to this district and a gift to me personally. So thank you. You're welcome. All right. Would y'all take a picture?
Yay, good. She's going. I'm gonna get Clay to see that. I've got we'll get them individual pictures. Clay, will you send me a couple of those?
Dr. Merrill, do you want to ask if they want to stay for the resolution?
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yes, ma'am. Please do not go anywhere till there's a resolution that we'd like to share with you. I think Mr. Bryan and the board would like to read it, so if you just have one more minute, that would be great. I apologize. Thank you, Ms. Caroline.
Now we'll move to public comment. Public comment this evening can be for agenda items and non-agenda items. Citizens may make comments about topics relevant to district business. Topics should be limited to 3 minutes. Comments concerning specific student or personnel will be heard in closed session. I've received a request from Mr. Robert Rose this evening. Mr. Rose, we've got a 3-minute time frame. I'm gonna start a timer whenever you begin speaking.
I appreciate it. I know for a while it was 3 and then it went to 5, I think, and now maybe it's back to 3. So Robert Rose, longtime Bryan resident, about 50 years. So I got recruited recently to join graduate studies at A&M. I finally said yes after they kept bugging me, so that's kind of what I'm doing these days. Here today to talk about the resolutions on the agenda items 13A and 13B. I'd like to say right up front that I'm opposed to these resolutions for a few different reasons. I'd like to share a little bit about some of my previous experiences where religion and school intersected for our family. One of my relatives was told in their school days that they wouldn't be allowed to read the daily announcements in the morning because it was known that they were Catholic and Catholics were not true Christians. When I was going through the school system, I was told that Catholics worship statues and that, again, Catholics were not really Christians. So I had Jewish friends who are treasured friends to this day, and there were comments about them, people knowing that they were Jewish, and it was not good. So there's that aspect to it, and that when students' religious preferences are known, it puts them in a box and it puts labels on them, and it potentially subjects them to bullying and attacks. That's the problem I have with this. I'd like to further say that I'm doubtful these resolutions can be voted on because the text was not available today from about 11 o'clock until 4 o'clock this afternoon. And I checked with staff, and apparently this is an ongoing problem with a lot of agenda items. And so, and it's unknown in the past 72 hours how long that agenda item was not visible to the public. That resolution was not visible to the public. It was not visible for several hours this afternoon from 11 to 4, and it may have been not visible for part of the previous 72 hours. So the ask is that you either pull this from the agenda or that you reject the resolutions. That's my ask for today. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. We'll move to our consideration of a board resolution recognizing Black History Month. I have the resolution here that I'd like to read. I'm going to read it in its entirety. Bryan Independent School District Resolution of the Board of Trustees regarding Black History Month. Let me turn my ringer off. Whereas Black History Month was established in 1926 by Carter G. Woodson and later expanded to a month-long observance in 1976, recognizing the central role African Americans have played in shaping the United States. And whereas Black History Month is nationally recognized each February in order to honor the history, achievements, resilience, and cultural contributions of African Americans to our nation and to the state of Texas. And whereas African American leaders, educators, entrepreneurs, public servants, scientists, artists, and community members have significantly contributed to the civic, economic, cultural, and educational advancement of our communities, the state of Texas, and the nation. And whereas public schools play a vital role in educating students about the full and inclusive history of our nation and in encouraging thoughtful dialogue, critical thinking, and mutual respect, it is therefore resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Bryan Independent School District hereby recognize February as Black History Month and encourages schools, staff, students, and the broader community to participate in age-appropriate educational activities that celebrate the rich history, heritage, and contributions of African Americans, and be it further resolved that the board reaffirms its commitment to providing a safe and welcoming learning environment where all students are valued, supported, and empowered to achieve their highest potential. I hereby certify that the foregoing resolution was presented to the Board of Trustees of the Bryan Independent School District during a called meeting on February 23rd, 2026, and a quorum of the Board of Trustees being then present. With that, we can entertain a motion to adopt this resolution. Do we have a motion?
Yeah, of course, but is it written or can we just?
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead.
Motion.
Yeah.
Motion to, let me see, we don't have it written, but in support of the resolution recognizing Black History Month in Bryan ISD.
Second.
We have a motion made by Mr. Stennis, seconded by Mrs. Waller. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes to adopt this resolution.
If I can say one thing just very shortly, I'd like to take this opportunity to face in a name that y'all know, Lisa Mouton, who leads the board for the Brazos Valley African American Museum, and they're centrally located in Bryan, historically located in Bryan, to be completely honest with you. And when you talk about the contribution and remembering and keeping it on the forefront and alive, the museum is a partner in that. We're thankful for all the tours, everything you do in this community, and the gala that's coming up. And so thank you for the work that you do. Thank you for the contribution that you made in addition to everything else. So thank you, Ms. Mouton.
And she's one of our BIS.
She is, yes ma'am, she is. She's our history to make sure that Black history never leaves, that we're making sure that it's embedded in what we do.
Would y'all like to come up and take a picture with the board before?
Or let us take a picture
Let
with
us take a
you.
picture with you.
Y'all come on, Marco, Ebony, come on. Come on, see.
We're gonna have to scoot down to get in the middle, I guess. Hold on. Clay will tell
I
us.
think they were going this way.
Where are you going?
I don't know.
Maybe
I see they
move this way.
Thank you, Brian.
We're out of balance.
We're not in balance. We're not out of balance.
Yeah.
We're not in balance.
We are. Okay. No, we're kind of centered in the flag.
Oh, okay.
Everybody right here. 1, 2, 3, cheese. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Got it.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Come on.
Pastor Hill.
He serves as what's the term? You're not on the board, but you're a advisor. That's I was going to say wise man, but that was advisor. Same thing. Yes, sir. That's right. Yeah, that's good. Thank you all for coming. We appreciate it very much. Yes, ma'am.
Look at her shoes. Those blue shoes. Man, what I could do with those. Felicia, see if you can get those blue shoes away from me.
I got a pair just like it, blue and yellow.
At this point, we're going to adjust the order on the agenda this evening as a board to get legal advice from our attorney in closed session. Therefore, the board will convene in closed session for legal consultation allowed by Texas Government Code 551.071 pertaining to agenda items 13A and 13B. No voting will take place in the closed meeting. Any action the board wishes to take as a result of this discussion in closed session will occur after the board reconvenes in the open meeting. The time is now 6:34 p.m. I now reconvene this regular meeting of the Bryan Independent School District. The time is 7:28 p.m. Next on our agenda, we will go to the superintendent's report from Superintendent Carabine.
Thank you, Mr. Bryan. It's always a privilege to shine a bright light on Bryan ISD, and there's so many good things happening. So I'm going to just focus on the students that are performing and competing and representing our district on the national and state stage, starting with hot off the press and a little bit of foreshadowing because we plan to bring these students into the board meeting on March 2nd. But congratulations are in order. We celebrated Michael Farnsworth from Rudder High School a while back because he was a National Merit semifinalist. Well, we have been notified that he has advanced to the stage of finalist, and the same as Catherine Kaiser representing Bryan High School. You may recall we celebrated when she was notified that she was a semifinalist. She too has been recognized as a National Merit finalist. I don't want to steal the thunder because we will have them in the boardroom with us with their parents at the March 2nd, but we are so proud. This is an incredible accomplishment and the best way possible to represent their high schools and our school district. At the state level, congratulations are in order because we had wrestlers from Rudder and Bryan advance to the state level wrestling tournament. Bryan High School had 4 state qualifiers, and we had 2 from Rudder High School, and at Bryan High School, we had 2 on the medal stand. Congratulations to Caitlin Dockery coming home with a silver medal, and we have a state champion. Congratulations to Zoe Saunier as a gold medalist. This is also foreshadowing because we would like to bring all of our wrestlers that competed at the state level to the next board meeting so we can celebrate them in person. Again, this is the best of the best. This means that they got out of district and region to go and compete with wrestlers from across our state. So it's pretty incredible to have 2 of them on the podium stand at the same time. Also, sticking with the state level competition and performance, congratulations to Bryan High School's Los Vikingos Mariachi. Just competed at the UIL State Mariachi Festival in Seguin, and they were recognized and awarded an honor of what we call excellence. So I believe this is 10 consecutive years of them advancing to that level. Again, best of the best. We are also celebrating from Bryan High School, Zanaya Johnson, representing Bryan High School as an all-state choir member at the TMEA Clinic and Convention in San Antonio. And just a little fast fact with Zanaya, when she was there representing us again on the state level stage, our former student, Christian Eddington, 2-time All-State Choir student, was there representing his university. So he was able to work with Zanaya, and we got a few good photo ops from that, as you can imagine. And then finally, also from Bryan ISD, one of our music choir teachers was a former All-State Choir student. So we had the trifecta there representing Bryan ISD, again, in the best way possible. And then finally, Dr. Merrill and I had the very good fortune of attending the NAACP Jubilee Day just yesterday with Miss Felicia Benford and a lot of our guests who were here earlier. It was a complete honor, but one of the highlights for me, of course, was to see Jadavion Johnson representing Rudder High School as he was part of the ceremony reading the Emancipation Proclamation. So we could not be any more proud of our student representing Rudder. And honestly, we celebrated him because he represented our school district and our community in the best way possible. So it was just a great way to celebrate our community. We had a lot of clergy, we had law enforcement, we had school district, and many, many citizens from our community coming in to celebrate in the best way possible for this. I don't know, Ms. Benford, if you want to add to that. You were master of ceremonies yesterday, so.
Well, it's a great event. The young man did a fantastic job. He really, really made Bryan ISD look wonderful.
He did.
And he had never saw what he was reading until he got there.
Mm-hmm.
And he was on the spot. So
On the spot, polished,
fantastic day.
articulate. When he's not reading proclamations in front of a packed house, he's playing football and wrestling for Rudder. So just a fantastic kid, well-rounded, great family, and it was another great day for Bryan ISD for sure. So thank you, Mr. Bryan.
Thank you. Let's move to board member reports. First will be Teaching and Learning Board Committee from Mr. David Stennis.
Teaching and Learning Committee, we held a meeting on February 5th, 2026 via Zoom at 3 o'clock. The board members present were myself and Dr. Julie Harlan-Wolf. Staff members present were Ginger Carabine and Dr. Ibarra. A lot of this was just updates, but one of the things that we discussed was the celebration and the reception we had before the meeting regarding the TIA. The district was approved to award 159 new or higher TIA designations. So Bryan ISD is now home to over 430 TIA designated teachers. The vast majority of these teaching positions are eligible for TIA. The district is still exploring possible expansion to additional subjects for 26 and 27. Also discussed was summer school planning. The district's summer learning team is working to identify locations and staff to support students in June. We'll get an update later this spring. Staff will bring additional information to the board for feedback and discussion. Two other items that were discussed were Texas strategic leadership. The purpose of the Texas leadership, or strategic leadership partnership with Region 6 Education Service Centers to develop an academic strategic plan for the district. We got an update on the progress of the steering committee and reviewed wording of the student experience statements. Other thing that we touched on was public hearing. The board meeting tonight will include public hearing for those campuses participating in the Learning Acceleration and Support Opportunities Grant, which is also known as LASSO. These campuses are partnered with Region 6 Education Service Center and participating in the Texas Instructional Leadership Program, focus on supporting teachers and using data-driven instruction. I believe that we're also going to hear about that later in the agenda, but those were the topics discussed at the Teaching and Learning Committee meeting.
Thank you. Finance Board Committee report, Mr. Tim Pavlis.
Yes, we met on February 10th by Zoom. Myself, Mr. Stazzi, Mr. Stennis, Ms. Carabine, Ms. Friddle, Mr. Roberts, and Ms. Johnson. Covered many items on that. First one was presented by Ms. Johnson, the fiber interlocal agreement. The committee was informed of the opportunity to sell a surplus of fiber to Brazos County for $1. It was also noted that the maintenance contract with BTU expired in the fall of 2025. And if the district were to remove or dispose of the fiber independently, an estimated cost would have been over $50,000. Next was Mr. Roberts. We discussed the ESS contract renewal. Mr. Roberts provided the committee with an update to the district's current substitute expenditures, including a financial overview and a breakdown of various categories in which these costs were classified. Next, Ms. Friddle, the CDC warehouse broker's option. The committee received an informal update to the CDC warehouse to include the broker's professional opinion of the value, the photos of the property, and a review of comparable sales in the area. Next, Ms. Friddle, update for the 25-26 budget to actual forecast. The committee received an update of the current year budget to actual forecast, including financial data throughout those close of January expenditures. And then Ms. Friddle also talked about the 26-27 budget calendar. We discussed the high-level overview of 26-27 budget calendar, discussed the key milestones leading up to the budget adoption. And lastly, Ms. Friddle talked about the negotiated terms of Alphabet's contract, informed us about the upcoming meeting with Alphabet's representatives to discuss the monthly fee structure and the current revenue sharing agreement that they currently have. So went over very, very many items, and it was a very good conversation and very good things to know.
Thank you. Executive Board Committee report, Ms. Ruthie Waller.
The committee members present, Dr. Brian Merrill, Tommy Roberts, Norma Friddle, Dr. Barbara Ibarra, myself, Joel Bryan, and Ginger Carabine. The agenda consisted of Ms. Carabine discussed the overview of current and future budgets, everything for every department, and the decisions that are being made. Ms. Friddle gave a talk and talked to us about budget to actual forecast, discussion on the status of our current year budget. Dr. Ybarra talked about Senate Bill 11, policy and procedures. Dr. Merrill discussed and gave us an update on procurement, on the architectural or architect selection process and the next steps. And Mr. Roberts talked about planning for future staff allocations.
Thank you. And our last committee report, Community Affairs Board Committee, back to Mr. Stennis.
Community Affairs Committee meeting, we met February 12th, 2026 at 10 a.m. Here in the admin building. Those present were Dr. Carabine, Mr. Hugo Ibarra, Mr. Bryan, Callie Donnelly, and myself. A lot of good discussion. Mostly on the agenda was recruitment and retention efforts for students, families, staff, and community. The bulk of our discussion revolved around our marketing and our outreach efforts to families and communicating the advanced academics that we offer as a district, and also the CTE campus and that marketing efforts. And I will say that I think that it was a very good conversation in that we have all these great programs in this school district. And one of the things that I think we, in an attempt to brag about that and entice parents, is to make it a clear and concise marketing effort to where parents are looking at items or things that might interest their kids and can clearly understand it and can clearly convey it and interpret it. And so all good discussions, marketing and community engagement, and again, highlighting the community marketing efforts with organizations such as Leadership Brazos, the BCS Chamber of Commerce, Economic Outlook Conference. And so good discussion. I like where we're headed. That's it.
Thank you. Moving to our first information item, Bond 2020 Oversight Status Update from Deputy Superintendent Dr. Bryan Merrill.
To show the slide deck. We appreciate the opportunity to come in tonight. I just want to give a quick update on bond oversight. If you'll go to the next slide, please. Thank you. Again, y'all have seen these slides, but just in case someone's tuning in for the first time, you got the purpose of the bond oversight. Ms. Carabine put that in place for transparency's sake. And if anything, obviously we would bring it to them. And so as we move through the 2019 and 2020 bond, that was established, and you can see the committee's purpose. So not only to work in an advisory capacity, they're not a decision-making body. We've run many of the things through y'all. We update you, and then obviously if it's over $50,000, you approve it. And so at no time are they a decision-making, but they are advisory. And we appreciate their commitment to the district. They are volunteers. It's an unpaid position similar to yours. And so we greatly appreciate that. You can see many of the things up there. Again, these are not new slides, but to anyone tuning in, they could see the purpose of the bond oversight. This is how often we've met. It kind of gets overwhelming at times. You can see that our last meeting was February 5th. We have one scheduled for April 9th. I would really like at this point to thank Melissa. She does a wonderful job. Ms. Martin in our finance department. Ms. Friddle isn't here. They do a wonderful job in just keeping us moving forward, collecting everything. And Bobby, Mr. Griffin talks about them all the time in such a complimentary way of making sure that we're lined up and just keeping everything transparent with high integrity. So I greatly appreciate that. And the bond oversight is really just an extension of that. This is the 2020 bond, just in case you've slept since then, and we're incredibly proud of the work that this committee not only did, but what obviously is on the ground. And you're going to hear in a second from one of those projects, which is Sadbury Intermediate School. We've talked quite a bit about that already. So that's, when you look at that, that's one of the things that was included in this. So priority maintenance, land purchases, safety and security, construction and additions, and then obviously Halliburton, our auxiliary complex, was another building that we were able to get in for $175 million. It was very timely. This was obviously election happened before the pandemic. Ms. Carabine led that work, and then really through the design phase, they were able to order so much of the product that once the pandemic happened, it was stationed all over the place. And that was at a great benefit to the district, to the point that I'll share in a second. But even though we weren't maybe able to start building because of all that was going on, we had it all over the world, to be completely honest with you. And so that paid huge financial dividends, to the point that we needed to convene our bond oversight committee. And that was because we had a surplus of money. So when you looked at it, all of the projects may not be completed, but we've got those bids in and we're working on finalizing them. This summer will be the final phases of those projects to close out 2020, and we had money left. And so in that, we convened the Bond Oversight Committee to look at a couple things. So the February 2nd, we had an update on design development for phase 3 of the elementary renovations. Mr. Griffin and myself will be bringing up those projects. There's some remaining bathroom renovations, and we put those out for bid, and we opened that up, and obviously we had money set aside for that, and then we collected those bids, and we will award that hopefully tonight. 2020 bond project update, we did that as well. Financial updating projections, and that's the financial, luckily on the positive end of things. We had some additional money that we needed to spend. I think I brought that in either last meeting or the meeting before. You approved quite a bit, one of which is at the end of the slide deck, and that would be the band trailers. That was a 2025 item, but we used 2020 money. And so again, having money left allowed us to move some things forward from 2025. Update on architect and engineer service, we're still currently doing that. And then current needs and possible reallocations, which I'll go through quickly. Again, we just went through these things very quickly, talked about the 2023 board meeting, what we were going to bring in today, the hardware and sign packages, and what that would look like. These are our current needs and possible reallocations. And so again, not really, this is an information item. We'll bring any items later on in the board meeting that are over $50,000, but I'll quickly move through them. We opened up a couple new classrooms with Bryan Collegiate, and so they needed furniture. So that was $11,000. That's a reclassification. We paid for this out of just local money. So we would reclassify that and pay us back on the local side. The Shine uniforms at the beginning of the year, if you've not seen those, they're beautiful. They're really beloved, to be completely honest with you, and just really, I think they're wonderful. So we paid for those out of local money. It was time for that, and then we would like to obviously reclassify and pay back local. Uniforms and equipment were voted on by the 2025. When you look at it, it's overall $13.4 million. I think somewhere in the $11 or $12 million range is what we're moving up. So in 2025, we were able to cover that with 2020 money, which I think is a testament to the board, testament to really construction departments, our architects, Ms. Martin, Ms. Friddle, anyone that really worked on this that allowed us to get kind of a head start on 2025. Again, I can go through them. Grounds came up with some trailers. I think they're from 1994, so we're buying them 4 new trailers. Fire suppression in the basement here, we've mentioned that. This will allow us to move some records and keep that all in-house. So we have a floor beneath. We're not really officing out of there, but it would allow us to keep some equipment and some files in there. Navarro has a washer and dryer campus hookup, new project. Ross has additional pre-K classroom 2 total. That's for some equipment. The graphic window film, that's a 2025 bond item. Security cameras and monitoring system, again, across the district, 2025 bond item. Replacement of damaged playground equipment at Fan in Houston. It is crazy how expensive playground equipment is. It's just pretty wild what that looks like. But again, reclassify. And so we've already paid for it out of local. We would move that and cover the cost that we did. ADA pathway at Johnson Elementary. We have a special needs student that's just having difficulty getting out to the playground. And we want to make that easier on them as well as the teacher. And so that work has begun or will begin very shortly for $15,000. The rest of the items are all 2025 bond items. And you can see these were voted on this last November by our community. And so it totals around $13.4 million. Again, just information items, but I wanted to show you the great work for the bond oversight and the items that we'll be bringing forward later on in the board meeting for your approval. This is one of the items that you approved last, I think, board meeting. This is the Pride of Bryan, the Viking band trailer. Not only the exterior, obviously, but the interior is just quite modern. We're very excited about it and when it pulls into town, what it'll look like. This is the rudder trailer as well. Again, you voted on that. We were able to send those checks off and get that fabrication started, which we're incredibly proud of. So just information today to talk about it, but I wanted to do that. And so if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them at this time. I move very quickly. I apologize. I talked fast.
It's good.
Okay. I appreciate very much the opportunity to share. Thank you again for the committee and their great work. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I now recess this regular meeting of Bryan Independent School District. The time is 7:48. I now call this public hearing of the Bryan Independent School District to order. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meeting Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. The time is 7:48. The purpose of this public hearing is to present targeted improvement plans for Sadberry Intermediate, Long Intermediate, Rayburn Intermediate, and SFA Middle School. Presenting Director of Accountability Research, Evaluation, and Assessment, Dr. Jill Morris, and Associate Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, Dr. Barbara Ibarra.
Good evening. So I am here to share, and I've got some campus leaders with me who are going to come up and tell you what's actually going on the campus. But as required by law, these targeted improvement plans. So there's two reasons that we might write a targeted improvement plan. The first one is participation in the LASSO grant, and all 4 of these campuses are participating in the LASSO grant. The other reason is that if you're identified for comprehensive support and improvement, you have to write a targeted improvement plan. 2 campuses, SFA and Sadberry, were identified based on 2024 scores. And so you'll notice that at the end of that bullet, it says progress. That means they've completed their first year and they've made progress, but it's a 2-year process to get out of this identification. So we've made progress. We're on the right track. After we get the scores back, we're planning on this identification going away after the 2026 scores. So those are the reasons we wrote the plan. And so the LASSO grant, you have many tracks that you can choose. We chose the observation feedback track. And what that does is it provides principals and assistant principals, those people that are on the campuses, appraising, providing feedback and coaching to our teachers, support to get better at that, so they're better able to coach the teachers and then in turn impact student outcomes. So the amount of the grant was $76,000. 70% of that is spent with Region 6 and our partnership there. Excuse me. And so we've been working with them since last summer. We had training for all of our campus leaders for these 4 campuses last summer. And then we have ongoing training where our Region 6 partner is in the district multiple days every month on the campus, walking in classrooms with principals, coaching them, helping them give feedback and follow up with teachers so that it's kind of a gradual release model. She starts working very closely with them, and then the principals do it on their own, and she gives feedback, and so they learn to get more proficient at that. And the campus leaders are going to come up now and tell you a little bit more about how this process works on their campuses.
As they're coming down, I did want to just share, this process, as Dr. Morris mentioned, began in the summer of last year. And the principals and the assistant principals all participated and all have been working so very hard. And I think what I would say, this was a 5-8 initiative. We really focused strategically on supporting in the middle years programs in our district. And the conversations that we're hearing and participating in alongside the campus administrators are amazing. It gave a common language and a common practice to coaching and giving feedback to teachers to focus on the most important thing. What can I tell that teacher? What's the highest leverage coaching point I can give to that teacher to move students forward and to achieve student growth? And so I commend the work of the principals. I know it's been a lot of additional it's a change in their time and how they're spending their time, but it's the right change in how we're spending time and what we're focusing on. So with that, I will turn it over to the experts.
Hi, I am Shori Grunkemeyer. I am the Dean of Instruction at Jane Long, and I'm going to start with the observe part of the observation feedback cycle. So something that we do is we look at current data, and then we pick a teacher that we want to try to coach. So after we look at the data, we go observe, we debrief as a team. We look at what they call a waterfall document, where we pick out a small bite-sized specific skill that we can work on with the teacher, and then we create an action plan.
Okay. Good evening, Becky Luna, principal of SFA. I would beg to argue with you guys that feedback is the most important part of this process. I think that traditionally we do walkthroughs on teachers and they get an email with whatever that feedback is from us, but this has really set a bar where we now meet with those teachers individually in a timely manner with an actionable item, and it's non-evaluative, so it takes that pressure off. It's really a we're in this together approach, and so I think it's really set a new campus culture when it comes to us coming in the room. It's, like I said, that we're in this together approach has kind of eased that anxiety of sitting in front of a laptop waiting on that walkthrough feedback. With that being said, the items that we coach on are things that can be implemented within 24-hour turnaround. So the goal is we meet with you within 48 hours and you can turn it around in your classroom tomorrow, and then we see an increase in student achievement and growth. So.
Okay, I'm the other Becky Ryberg, principal at Rayburn. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about practice. This is probably the part for myself, and a lot of us have had these conversations that we really had to get back into, because we write feedback typically through, written feedback. We don't ever sit face to face. So after we've done the observe part and we've given that verbal feedback, then we have to get up and practice. And so in their classroom, because you always want to have these conversations in their home turf, we say, okay, well, now we talked about it, and now we're going to practice. And so we do that very quickly, and then it allows us the opportunity to reframe if they get to a part where they're stuck, or they say, oh, in this situation, what if a kid does this? It really does allow us to, on the spot, in the moment, based on what that teacher says in their own classroom, give that very specific feedback, monitor, adjust as they practice, and then say, okay, I'm going to come back, because that was, like me, I'm long-winded sometimes. And so after 20 minutes, I'm like, I'm going to come back tomorrow. We're going to try it again, because we need that practice. And they really do, I've noticed a change in them being very receptive to that, because especially as an administrator, you never want to become an administrator who doesn't remember what it's like to be a teacher. So this allows you to jump back in and play teacher again, kind of like we did when we were little. And I think that they really appreciate that, because we have very productive conversations through the practice.
And I'll actually say practice is the fun part for me, because it allows me to be in there when the teachers are practicing it and then give them real-time feedback. Now, the part I actually have is after the practice, where we go and see it live with the students. So when you go and see it live with the students, you'd like to say that you're going to knock it out of the park and everything's going to go great, but sometimes it doesn't. And so that's why it's a continuous process. Because if you see something in the classroom live with students, like say for instance we're doing academic monitoring, and the teacher doesn't make it all the way around the classroom, we talk about, okay, well, what about the pathway? Making sure that we actually stick to our pathway, get around and see how all of our kids are doing. So, we might have to have a reset of like 1 or 2 or 3 kids, or we could do a whole class reset. So that's the most important part, is seeing it live. And then once we see it live, if everything is great, it's good. And if it's not, then we go back and we talk to the teacher and we practice again and make sure that it's effective, so we can have best practices implemented in class.
So first, thank you. You all are incredible. I've gotten the opportunity to visit several of their campuses and participate in their walks, along with Mrs. Lake, who also helps lead this initiative. I think something very important that they've talked about, they coach all teachers. All of our teachers have a growth mindset. They want to grow so they can grow their students and hopefully join us for a TIA designation celebration with them. So this is about coaching all teachers. I think someone said it before, you don't have to be sick to get better. And so it's all about improving your practice so that you're a better service to students. And that has been the focus of each and every one of these administrators and their assistant principals. Dr. Morris.
So, just in summary, the plan is to have principals better able to support teachers who then are better able to instruct our students, leading to a cultural shift, like you've heard, but then ultimately student outcomes. We want our students to perform and do well. And so the plan that you'll hopefully approve later tonight, all 4 campuses have all of these components in their plan. It was a form done by TEA, so there's not a lot of wiggle room. They all look almost identical just because we're all working together so that we have that common language in the district. Do you have any questions for us?
I know that 2 of you, takes one to know one because you're Bryan students, Alfred and Shory. Shory was a cheerleader and an athlete, yes, back in the day. So the 2, where did you 2 Beckys, where did y'all grow up?
I grew up in Magnolia, Houston.
So I just think it's amazing, and see, Magnolia is much typical of our population, and Becky just has so much experience, taller Becky. And so I just think that's so important that you're walking the halls of schools. Well, of course, Sudbury wasn't born yet, but you can relate because you were those kids, or you've been in the business long enough to really, really get a feel and know. And now that this is everything we're talking about is part of what you're responsible for, it's right up your alleys, because one, you can be a teacher again, which is always when I quit thinking like a teacher, I need to get off the board. I think somebody said that earlier in the day. And so I know that all of you, it seems like all of you are really enjoying this and enjoying being back with the teachers. It's almost like having when you were a teacher and then you had a student teacher. So you're back in the classroom and then you're getting to work with these teachers. Anyway, I think you guys are doing such a really, really good job. Thank you. And thank you of course, for Jill and Barbara, because it's easy to work with people and they're the same way, with people that you respect, because they were y'all too, math and social studies, and I remember when they were young teachers. So, thank you.
Thank you. There being no further business, the public hearing adjourned at 8:01 p.m. I now reconvene this regular meeting of Bryan Independent School District. The time is 8:01 p.m. We'll go to our consent agenda. The board can remove any item from the consent agenda if applicable. If there are none, I will entertain a motion.
I move approval of all the items listed on the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion was made by Ms. Benford, seconded by Mrs. Waller. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes. We'll, let's see. Oh, shoot. 5. Let's move to item 13B. We will consider a board resolution regarding Senate Bill number 11, and Associate Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, Dr. Barbara Ibarra, will present.
Thank you, Mr. Bryan. Good evening. We're here this evening. The 89th Texas Legislature approved a bill, Senate Bill 11, that requires trustees across the state of Texas to consider a resolution as to whether or not to adopt board policy regarding a designated period of prayer and the reading of the Bible or other religious texts. So a little bit of background on Senate Bill 11, so you can have discussion with it. It does designate a daily period of prayer. It does need to be daily. It must be outside of instructional time. So it cannot take place during, as a formalized period during instructional time. It could be before school. It could be during lunch. It could be after school. They don't have a lot of specifications regarding the duration of the period. It just says a period of time. For students who want to participate in this period of time, they would have to have a signed written consent from the parent. That could be revoked at any time throughout the year per parent discretion. But in order to participate in this period, they would have to have a signed consent form from their parent. For employees to participate, there would have to be a signed waiver from the employee to participate. And some additional specification from the bill language is that those who are participating need to be in an area outside of the physical presence and hearing of those who do not have signed consent forms, or if it's staff, a waiver. It's also important to note that regardless of the language of this bill, it does not prohibit any staff or student from engaging in religious expression that's already protected under law and district policies. So all of those rights and freedoms are still in place in addition to this period of time. And so for the board this evening, it is the consideration of whether or not to adopt a resolution that would put in a policy for the Bryan Independent School District. What questions can I answer for you?
Anybody have any questions?
Well, I guess we're also going to be commenting, is that?
Yeah, we can certainly make a comment.
Okay. Well, I've struggled with this. First, let me say that I'm a regular churchgoer, and I've taught religious ed at St. Joseph's Catholic Church for about 40 years before they phased out that particular class. So I'm very much somebody who cares about religion, but also am very sensitive to the fact that there's lots of different religions and a lot of different philosophies about religion. And this bothered me the way, I think it's very complicated, but I think one reason it's so complicated about the waivers and consents and so on is because they were trying to take into account the limitations that actually probably should be there under the United States Constitution. And the legislature, of course, recognized that they were not in a position to try to change the U.S. Constitution. So they were trying to be very protective. And so as I said, I've struggled with this because I think it does potentially impose a lot of unknowns, difficulties with parents trying to understand what they're consenting to. They're trying to make sure that it's properly implemented in the schools. That's going to be on the administration to a large extent. But having said that, I'm trying to give it the benefit of the doubt and say that to the extent that it appears to say that if you don't have the consent during this period of prayer, you can't get together informally with your own friends and do what you want to do with regard to reading the Bible or praying or whatever, that's really not what they meant. Then I'm also hoping that we will try to do everything in our power that if we're going to have that interpretation, then we're going to have to be very limited on this so-called formal period of prayer so that we don't limit the rights of those who want to informally pray. So all of this is making a lot of assumptions on my part that we're going to make this work in a fair way and in a non-limiting way with regard to those that either don't participate because their parents refuse to cooperate, or they don't want their kid because of the unknowns. They won't sign the waiver. Or I don't know what you're going to be told in these meetings. So, or the student himself or herself simply says, I don't want to do that, but I do want to do my own thing with my friends. I don't want to go into one of these formal meetings. So that's a long way of saying that I'm going to somewhat reluctantly support it, to say but we have a duty as a board and as administration to, again, do everything in our power not to limit all the opportunities that I hope we do on another resolution, reaffirm that we are in favor of making sure every child and every employee, to the extent that it is allowed under the U.S. Constitution, that they have every opportunity to pray when they want to pray, or read the Bible or any other religious text if they want to, as long as, of course, it doesn't interfere with the school day. So I hope that you made some sense out of everything I said, but I can tell you that there's really nothing simple about the way this was presented by the legislature. It's pretty complicated and potentially problematic, but as I said, it's my roundabout way of saying that I think it was well intended. So I think I can vote in favor of it.
I've got a comment. I'm a Christian. Teach with my wife second grade at First Baptist Church, which is a blast. And I was conflicted on this as well because, in my lifetime, I haven't, outside of what's voluntary and what's club-driven and student-led, I haven't encountered anything like this. And so I was intrigued that, I believe that prayer and studying Scripture is a good thing. And is good for our kids. And so I've talked to members of the community, I've talked to my family. Mr. Rose is here tonight, shared some comments. It's a very difficult thing to navigate in terms of, deciding what's best for our students when it comes to religion. And I think that, I agree with Mr. Stasny that the complexities of how this is written makes it even more challenging to do so, because it's sort of it's contradictory in how it's written. That, the students have the right to gather in prayer and Scripture reading, but at the same time, can't do it around anyone else, which goes against the way we currently sit, is where our students are free to do as they please and pray in school and read Bible in school and gather with organizations. And I think those are all positive things. And so the complexities of this make it challenging to, see far into the future as to what this will actually look like, because what it looks like right now is a bunch of students from various beliefs and religions coming together in the same classroom and reading Scripture together. And that's an interesting topic to approach. And I don't know necessarily what that looks like, but what I do know is what we currently look like, which is free to do as you please and practice, prayer and Scripture reading on your own time and in your own way, and gather with clubs and organizations that align with your beliefs. And I think that's a positive thing, and I want to encourage that my children participate in those activities and thrive in them. And I value them immensely, and I value them for all of our kids. But this is a challenging thing to consider in how it's presented by the state.
I think it's important, too, to note that I think that we have to make a decision on whether or not to adopt this policy tonight, correct? But there's no timeline on when we can reverse that decision, or, I hate to use the term change our mind, but
Yes, sir.
that's the case, correct? That
This evening is simply that if you want to
you want to adopt policy in the future. And then you could look at the policy and what's required in statute. It's unclear, but unlikely that the board would be held to whatever decision is made this evening for any future boards to take a different action.
Okay.
Growing up in Bryan ISD, at Bryan High, I participate in FCA, it's a great organization, but there's a lot of, Senate Bill 11, there's a lot of wording in it. It is kind of sometimes vague the way I see it, and it could be, kind of contradicting in different ways. So it's a hard decision. I believe kids should be able to pray. But this one's just kind of, it's tough on the wording and when you can do it. And if you want to pray before you take your math test, at noon or whenever you have it, can you do that? I mean, it's kind of just vague on that, if that's appropriate or not. So if you get in trouble by, a teacher that you weren't praying during that designated time. So it's kind of vague in that area.
Also want to ask, I mean, is a no vote a reflection of us discouraging what we're already doing, right? So is it just I think there's a little bit of apprehension on my side where if I say, hey, listen, I'm not in support of this, that means that I'm no longer in support of any type of religious activity in this district, and that is not the case. This is just specifically addressing a specific time frame on every day when students or faculty can practice, pray a certain type of religion, correct?
Yes, sir. This is purely about designating a daily time on each campus, and it might be a different time on each campus. Certainly, it'll be different locations that are appropriate to the size of the interest, should it be adopted. The policy itself, it does have the constraints of must have consent, must have supervision. If there is, because there has to be supervision, the employee would have to have a waiver in place that they wish to be in that room for whatever faith they're practicing while they are in that room.
Another question I didn't really think about, what about if there's athletic practice during that period? Athletes that practice, if it's before school or whatever, would that interfere with it? That doesn't really, there's no comments in this Senate Bill 11. If that happened during that time, how do you adjust for that? I mean, do you adjust for your whole athletic schedule for it?
Great question.
I struggle with this a little bit because I see different sides of it. I believe in God, and I was a Catholic all my life until I got to be an adult, and then I went to Baptist, back to Baptist. And I just know, for me, I knew being a Catholic, when I was going to pray, how I was going to pray, I knew when that was coming. And when I went to school, I wanted to pray over my breakfast, I wanted to pray over my lunch, I wanted to pray for the class or whatever. And with this, it just seems like you're telling me when my child has to pray. And I don't like that. I mean, if my child is getting ready to have a math test and they can't just say a little prayer before the math test, there's a problem with that. And to me, I think you are supposed to be able to call on whoever you serve at any time. Shouldn't be a set time on, you can only call on the Lord at this time. You can call on him anytime you want. And I struggle with us saying third period, 10 o'clock is when we're going to, only time you're going to be able to talk to him. That just seems like we're now, they can pray anytime they want. They can read the Bible anytime they want. I mean, there's no parameters on it. And now we're putting parameters on what they can and can't do and when and how they can and can't pray.
Well, I've already said I'm not crazy about it because of the complexity, but I don't think that if we adopted it, that would prevent the other informal period?
So all of the religious expression and freedoms that are protected under the Constitution and, of course, state law are still in place. There's some lack of clarity regarding during the period of prayer, if students do not have assigned consent or do not go to that location, are they able to have a conversation and group conversation about the religious text or what have you during that same period of prayer time if they don't have the consent? Again, you said it earlier, a well-intended legislation, but with some lacking in clarity.
Right. But in terms of, other than that period, there
It
should
should
be
not
no
prohibit it.
restrictions whatsoever, really, other than interfering with the school day.
Right, for interfering. The other thing I would say is I think y'all mentioned this a little bit earlier, that it is in our understanding right now as it stands today, because there's very little guidance right now, it's all faith prayer location. So all faiths would be represented potentially in that location.
This is getting down into the weeds, I know, but I mean, is it vague to, I mean, are they saying it needs to be the size of a room, it needs to be?
They did not.
I mean, so it's just, the district would need to provide.
A location outside of the sight and hearing of those without consent forms.
Okay, so it could be a classroom, it could be
Sure.
an auditorium, it could be a closet.
Preferably not the closet. but
Yeah,
yes,
well,
sir.
yeah.
Yeah,
But
Anywhere.
I guess I'm just trying to
appropriate to
understand.
the size of the interest. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And it doesn't, I assume it doesn't have to be just one, it could be 5 different ones if the Baptist.
If you have
do theirs.
appropriate supervision for all of those locations, yes, but you would
Okay.
need an employee with a waiver in place to be in each of those locations.
So does it have to be per religion? I mean, room per religion, because.
So that has not come out in terms of legal guidance. Right now, it's being interpreted by most to say that it is a singular location with all faiths, because you would have to, if you were to move to that model where there was a different room for each faith-based group, you would have to have an employee who's supervising on a waiver to be in that space, which could be potentially problematic depending on the variety of faith.
Well, and
that
I
are
did a
being
little,
practiced.
I was just researching, and it's, there's 4,000 apparently different
Oh.
religions, and so I didn't know.
That might be a
I mean, if
challenge.
it's- And I'm not, again, I'm just, trying to understand the scale at which this could go. And so that kind of leads my question on the size, the capacity, the staffing of what this could mean overall.
Yes, sir.
So I am, just like the others have said, I'm a Christian. I was one of the Fellowship of Christian Athletes sponsors when I was a teacher and a coach for 12 years. We have never in our district hindered any student from openly, say before school, at lunch, whenever, from practicing any, or saying any of their prayers, if they have their Bible open, or whatever it is that they're studying. They know, and I think the students always feel very free to be able to do that any time of the day. The 11 years I was an assistant principal, I never had a discipline referral from a teacher that said this student was off task, they were reading their Bible, and students get it. They have felt comfortable in our district. And employees also. So just quickly, I'd like to read some of the provisions in saying that, and how kind of blessed we are as a district to have the freedom and give the freedom in a conservative district to our students to do this. And I think most of their parents realize that their students are not going to be chastised, or not going to be in trouble when they express their views in our district, as is, the way we are now. So, for instance, talking about a student, this is the way the bill is written. A student who wishes to participate in the period of prayer and reading of the Bible or other religious texts must submit a consent form signed by their parent or guardian that includes an acknowledgement that the student has a choice whether to participate in the period of prayer and reading of the Bible or other religious texts, and a statement that the parent or guardian has no objection to the student's participation in or hearing that the prayers or reading offered during that period, and an express waiver of the student's and parents' or guardians' right to bring a claim under the state or federal law arising out of the adoption of this policy, including a claim under the First Amendment. You see where I'm going with this? If the parent or guardian has not submitted a consent form or has revoked a previous consent form, no prayer or reading of the Bible or other religious text shall take place in that student's physical presence within the hearing of that student or in another manner that would constitute an injury in fact within the meaning of the United States or Texas Constitution. So that seems a tad complicated compared to the way we're doing things now. Okay, talking about our employees. An employee shall designate an appropriate, or the district shall designate an appropriate location and time for the period of prayer and reading of the Bible or other religious texts in accordance with the law. And hold on with me here. The period designated for prayer and reading of the Bible or other religious texts shall not be substituted for instructional time. No prayer or reading of the Bible or other religious text shall occur over a district's facilities public address system. An employee who wishes to participate in the period of prayer and reading of the Bible or other religious texts must submit the following: a signed consent form that includes acknowledgement that the employee has a choice whether to participate in the period of prayer and reading of the Bible or other religious texts. A statement that the employee has no objection to participating in or hearing of the prayers or readings offered during the period, and an express waiver of the employee's rights to bring a claim under the state or federal law arising out of the adoption of this policy, including a claim under the First Amendment's established clause, United States Constitution, or related federal law. If the employee has not submitted a consent form or has revoked a previous consent form, no prayer or reading of the Bible or other religious text shall take place in that employee's physical presence within the hearing of that employee or in another manner that would constitute an injury in fact within the meaning of the United States or Texas Constitution. So that's what we would be getting into when we already have a good thing going.
Well, any further discussion? I'll entertain a motion.
I move to decline to adopt the board resolution regarding Senate Bill 11.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Stennis, seconded by Mrs. Benford. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes.
Let me make one more comment. I said I just want to make sure people understand my vote. I said I could support it, but I think I made it clear I wasn't crazy about it. And Ruthie, I think, explained it pretty well, as we would be adding a layer of complexity that I don't think we need. We are still going to consider 13A, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you.
So, moving to 13A, got to get my papers right here. Consider a board resolution reaffirming voluntary religious expression and the reading of religious texts. Dr. Barbara Ebar.
Thank you, sir. This policy, or this resolution rather, reflects the conversation that was just had, that there are so many wonderful partnerships in Bryan ISD and opportunities for both staff, students, and the community to practice voluntary religious expression. And so this resolution speaks to that good work and to that reaffirming of both students and staff rights. Again, we've kind of been through a little bit of this already, but there are certainly federal and state laws that also are reflected in our board policy that protect religious expression. For example, much like you've mentioned before, students may pray individually or in groups. That is their religious freedom and their right to do so. They can pray at breakfast, at lunch, before their assessment, whatever the case may be. They can pray with their friends, so long as we mentioned earlier, it does not interrupt instruction or the school day. They may read a religious text. That actually happens throughout our schools, both by staff and students. They may do that individually. They can participate in the Fellowship of Christian Athletes and other student-sponsored clubs and prayer that's led by students. They can express their religious beliefs before, during, and even after school. But it must be voluntary, non-disruptive. Like we mentioned before, it cannot be over the public address system or the PA system of a school, because then others could not opt out of hearing it, right? So all of that's already in place. We think about various times of day that students pray, and I think this board's spoken to it, that it is specific to the individual, specific to the person, and specific to the need of the day. And it can certainly happen at any time. We have Fields of Faith. We have See You at the Pole. We have a tremendous partnership, like we saw earlier, with faith-based leadership, working in partnership with our schools to support our students and our staff. It is not a singular moment, but rather an ongoing culture of support, acceptance, and just taking care of what you believe is true for you. So the resolution does just do that. It reaffirms things that are already in policy, law, and in practice, and that are thriving in Bryan ISD. And so it is here for your consideration and discussion.
Dr. Barr, is it okay if I read this out loud?
Absolutely, sir.
So Bryan Independent School District Resolution of the Board of Trustees regarding voluntary religious expression and religious text. Whereas the Board of Trustees of the Bryan Independent School District is committed to supporting students and staff while upholding all applicable federal and state laws, including constitutional protections related to freedom of religion, speech, and expression. And whereas the board values and respects the diverse religious belief and perspective represented within the district and affirms the importance of protecting individual rights in a manner that fosters mutual respect and inclusion. And whereas in full compliance with current state and federal law, the board affirms students' right to voluntarily pray, read religious texts, express religious viewpoints, and organize religious groups before, during, and after the school day on the same basis as other non-curricular groups. And whereas the district currently allows and supports the rights of students and staff to engage in personal and individual religious expression at appropriate times throughout the day, when they feel the need for such expression, rather than limiting it to designated times or locations. It is therefore resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Bryan Independent School District reaffirms its commitment to supporting and valuing students and staff while upholding all constitutional and statutory protections related to religious expression in public schools. And be it further resolved, the board will continue to ensure students and staff may exercise voluntary religious expression, including prayer, in a lawful, non-disruptive, and flexible manner throughout the school day, consistent with the existing law and district policy, with the intent to provide opportunities which are personally meaningful.
Thank you, sir.
I was asking, make sure that we did consider this in addition to the other one. And as Dr. Barrow knows, I made a few suggestions that were exclusively intended to strengthen it somewhat in the way it was worded, and she graciously accepted those. So
They were well done. So.
I'm just making sure, again, that everybody knows that I think this is a great way to reaffirm what we have already been doing, what we've been enforcing and making sure is happening. And so I'm proud to have a little bit of role in that, but I'm certainly in favor of it.
Dr. Ibarra, could you just reiterate and let our community hear if they're listening in, is this something we had to do, or is this above and beyond the call of duty, if you will, since we're not doing Senate Bill 11?
Yes.
You explained to everyone how compelled the board was to say something in this manner.
Certainly, yes, ma'am. This developed out of conversation with the board and the committees, and just working towards, just over the history of the time of this board, it has been such an important aspect of the way we do work in Bryan ISD, and that we support all students, all faiths, our faith-based leaders, all of the things that we do. And it seemed disingenuous to not make this moment to consider that work and make a public statement of support for the established freedoms and rights that are protected under the Constitution and the state and federal law. So this resolution was in draft form. And again, Mr. Stasny, thank you. You did make it stronger. It was quite good. And knowing that it reflects the values of what has been here historically and hopefully will continue forward. But it is not one that I've seen elsewhere from other districts. So again, this is of the Board of Trustees and by the Board of Trustees. And so we thank you.
Comments, questions? We can entertain a motion to adopt this resolution.
I move approval of the board resolution regarding religious expression and the reading of religious text as presented.
Second.
Motion was made by Mr. Stasny, seconded by Mr. Stennis. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
13C, consider a board resolution nominating Ginger Carabine for Superintendent of the Year. We don't have a presenter. I would like to read this resolution. We can have comment following the resolution, and then we'll entertain it. Bryan Independent School District Resolution of the Board of Trustees nominating Ginger Carabine for Superintendent of the Year. The Bryan Independent District School Board on this date, February 23rd, 2026, resolved to nominate Ginger Carabine for the Texas Association of School Boards Superintendent of the Year Award. This nomination is made in recognition of her exemplary and visionary leadership, distinguished by meaningful family and community engagement and measurable improvements in student growth and performance. Her leadership reflects a collaborative, team-centered approach to serving and supporting both staff and students. I hereby certify that the foregoing resolution was presented to the Board of Trustees of the Bryan Independent School District at a called meeting on February 23rd, 2026, with a quorum of board members then present. Discussion, comments?
I'll make another comment. I like to make
Heck,
comments.
yeah, she's wonderful.
Yeah. I actually felt like months ago that I should not even go down that road possibly, or that we should not go down that road without at least running it by Ms. Carabine, and her response was pretty much what I expected. Was I'm not one of those people that's looking for that kind of thing for myself, but if it will help Bryan, if it will give us some more credibility, then sure, I'm all for it. And you could, somebody might say, oh, well, that's just false modesty or whatever. But if you know Ms. Carabine, like I do, and I know most of us do by now, I think it was very sincere. She's not really all excited about getting some kind of glory, but she wants to do everything she can to shine the light on Bryan, and I'm very happy to support it.
Move approval of the board resolution nominating Ginger Carabine for Superintendent of the Year as presented.
Second. That's okay. Just write all our names down.
Yeah, motion made by Mr. Stennis, seconded by Mr. Pavlis, Ms. Waller, and Ms. Benford.
Take a pick.
Wait, don't leave me out.
And Mr. Stas.
Don't pick.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes.
It's gonna be good, Ginger, to go to the conference.
Well, I just want to thank you. I'm grateful and I'm very humbled, but please know this is not about me. This is about the table of professionals sitting out here with us, our 3,000 employees that join us every day in the good work that's unfolding here, and of course, our 16,000 students. So thank you. This is a district effort with a very supportive board, lots of families partnering, and an amazing community constantly engaging with us. So a group unified effort. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Awesome. Okay, 13D, consider approval of a purchase of over $50,000 for the contract for E-rate Category 2 internal connections. Mr. Rob Hayes, Director of Technical Support, will discuss tonight.
Good evening. I'm here to talk to you all this evening about the E-rate program, and I wanted to give a very, very quick overview of what the E-rate program is. So the E-rate program, it's administered by the FCC. You may notice that there's a little bill called or a little thing on your cell phone bill called a USAC charge, and that is the money that goes towards the E-rate program. And it pays for all kinds of things, and primarily they fall into two categories. Category 1, which is things that bring service into our buildings. This is stuff like our internet or the fiber contract that the board approved a few years ago. It's bringing the stuff inside of our schools. And then Category 2, that's the contract we'll be talking about today. It's what provides that network connectivity and the backbone for all that inside of our schools. The things, think like our Wi-Fi, or you might hear us talk about like our backbone. That's like our switches. It's not like a light switch. It's a really boring piece of equipment that sits in the rack that everything connects to. So that's what we're going to talk about today. So, okay. So we're recommending. We went to bid for there were two pieces to our bid. One was for licensing and maintenance of our existing equipment. So we have a lot of equipment in the district. We would like all of it to stay under contract so we can get those important security updates. And that's what the Cisco Enterprise Agreement part of this takes care of. It locks in our price for 5 years on our licensing, which is really good. And it provides all of the warranty and support for all of our stuff, all of our backbone. We're also this is also going to give us the equipment for phase 1 of the first of our 5-year plan for replacing our network equipment. And that's going to be for 5 elementaries, one of our intermediate schools, and CTEC. So pretty excited about that. The total price is a pretty big, scary number. It's that $973,119.77. However, we are given discounts based off of our National School Lunch Program numbers, and we receive an 85% discount for Category 2 services. So if approved, which I've been here for a little while, we've never not been approved, knock on plexiglass. So our portion of it would be $145,967.97 if funded through Category 2. Let's see. Okay, and this is just talking about our 5-year plan. E-rate runs on a 5-year cycle, so we kind of like to plan for 6 because sometimes the feds need a little bit of time if they're reworking the program. This is our 5-year renewal, or our 5-year plan. We're on year 1, and then it's balanced in a way to some of our high schools are quite large, like Bryan High, and so we kind of have it broken out as far as like the amount of equipment. You might wonder, why are there more schools being replaced some years, versus less schools on another year? So, and that's why it just has to do with the amount of equipment in those schools. So, do y'all have any questions?
The only question I have is.
Yes, sir.
What bucket does this come out of? Is this M&O or is this bond or?
These would be local funds that pay for the $145,000,
Okay,
like our
so-
piece of it. But we do get those E-rate federal funds, if and when we're approved, that do take care of that 85% of that cost.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
What are maybe I missed it, but the terms of the contract, how many years?
Yes, sir. So the Cisco Enterprise Agreement is a 5-year agreement that will, what it does is it covers all of our licensing. All of our switches have to be licensed to be supported through Cisco. It's so that someone's on the other side of the line whenever we make that call and we have a school that's down and they're able to, get us our support or ship us new equipment. So it also is what gives us access to get their security updates and things like that. So, yes, sir.
Thank you. I may be getting confused with something else so this will be a 5-year agreement.
Yes, sir. So the contract for the enterprise agreement, it is kind of confusing. Like, I did a ton of reading on the enterprise agreement before we even entertained going to bid for one. But that is a 5-year contract, and then the hardware that we're buying is separate and apart from that, although it does fall under that enterprise agreement umbrella. And that's going to be part of the nice thing of this is, like, next year, whenever I come for year 2, I'll just be bringing the hardware, right? We'll already have that umbrella in place for the licensing, so. Any other questions? I'd be happy to answer them.
Anybody have any questions?
I'm assuming we need this.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I was going, was like, do we need this?
We have to know more to ask the right.
Yeah, I'd be happy to, like I said, it's, to break it down really simple, this is just, like I said, it's what we're primarily buying are like our new wireless access points for the schools that are outlined in the notes there, and then all of the support and stuff and all the back end equipment that makes that stuff give us Wi-Fi. So
Better Wi-Fi, better signal, is that what this is?
Newer Wi-Fi. Some of our equipment is quite old, and it's actually starting to fall off of where it will no longer be supported by the manufacturer. So that's part of the planning. We do tend to try to run all of our equipment as long as possible. I take our being a good steward of our money extremely seriously. I think it's one of the most important parts of my job. And so believe me that I fight for like every dime, and we are not needlessly spending, I promise.
So we need it, and we got the money for it.
Yeah.
Right?
Mr. Hayes, I'm going to
Yes,
oversimplify.
ma'am.
Would it be safe to say that this is you've planned for this, it's a replacement cycle based on the condition, the age of the equipment, so this is not a surprise, you've had the money set aside as part of your budget planning process, and it's a replacement, and it'll take us through 5 years for the schools described?
Absolutely, yes, Ms. Carabine, that is absolutely correct.
And
This
we
is
have a huge coupon.
That's right, we have a pretty nice coupon, yes,
The
yes.
85% discount.
Yes,
For
ma'am.
sale,
So-
but yeah, we're still spending it though. Here's my only thing, and I guess I'm supportive and sorry to cut you off, but
No.
it just kind of reminds me sometimes whenever
Yes,
my
sir.
kids tell me that they need a new iPhone.
Oh, yeah,
and
of
it's
course.
like, well, what's wrong with the one you got?
Exactly.
And so that's just when I look at technology stuff, that's where I'm like,
No, it's a good point. It's a good point. So, I mean, we typically, like I said, our goal is to not just run out and get the newest, best, shiny thing.
iPhone.
Because I'm going to be perfectly honest, they're shiny things that sit in closets and up on ceilings where no one can see them. And it's a lot of work to swap them all out. So, believe me, the things, like whenever we're buying new equipment, the idea is not just to get better functionality, but it's also to not have that equipment start to fail, which is to Ms. Carabine's point, that it's part of a replacement cycle plan, so that we don't get into a situation where all of a sudden, I'll just pick on Fannin Elementary for some reason, like Fannin's internet's down. Why? Oh, they had an 8-year-old switch in their backbone and its power supply went out because it just did, mechanical failure. So that's kind of the idea, because when our network goes down, it's a pretty big deal on campus. So, their phones don't work and things like that. So it is, in my opinion, a pretty critical infrastructure service.
And how long did the current system that we have right now, how long was that there? And
Yeah, that's a great question. So much of the equipment that we are replacing is like 7 years old in this first phase, right? So the idea is that as we're going through our 5-year plan to have this true replacement cycle, that, right, the equipment is getting older, right, as those years are approaching. So that's kind of how we planned it out. So the idea is that, we're not replacing equipment that's only like 2 years old or 3 years old. We're replacing equipment that is 6 years old or 7 years old by the time it comes up for replacement.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's it. That's it.
I'm a part-time rancher. I have a 2004 Dodge Dakota. Do you recommend I replace it? Never mind.
I can answer that.
I didn't know 7 years.
Yeah. I guess in spite of my badgering, I move approval of the contract with Rock IT Consulting LLC in the amount of $973,119.77 for E-rate Category 2 internal connections and enterprise licensing as presented. I don't know if it's possible I can add an addition to make sure we get the discount in there or not, but that's not included in my motion. It's just me saying that, I guess, out loud. But
They say,
I was gonna add, we've never purchased without the E-rate funding.
Okay.
Ever.
All right.
Yeah, I will,
It is a requirement that we do go ahead and ask for the full amount, but yes, and I've been here a long time.
yeah, I've been here for 12 years, I think, and we've never not been funded. And my school district before that, we were never not funded, so.
Well, maybe your question, though, is, are we stuck if we don't get it?
Yeah.
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 Do we have to pay the whole bill?
Once you know and it's all approved and official, maybe update us via a note or back and
Oh,
forth.
we would be more than happy to. We're always very
That
thrilled.
would be a
when we
huge
get our-
celebration for us to know that we got the 85%.
Oh, yeah, we usually I run down the hall usually as soon as I get the funding commitment letter, and everyone in the building knows, so.
Well, include Julia in my motion that she's.
You did not plexiglass, so I feel safe.
That's right.
I second.
Motion made by Mr. Stennis, seconded by Ms. Benford. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I feel bad when you say 7 years. My phone is older than 7 years.
13E, consider approval of contract for Phase 3 of elementary campuses priority renovation projects. Deputy Superintendent Dr. Bryan Merrill and Director of Construction Services, Mr. Bobby Griffin, will present.
Yeah, if I may, Mr. Stasny, I might be interested in your truck after this, so if we could hook up, that would be great. We'll see, I got something, we definitely could use a good truck, so I appreciate it. If we could move to E, we're going to do the Phase 3 of the elementary campuses. We're excited to bring in a recommendation today, and we appreciate, again, Melissa Martin, Bobby Griffin, really everyone who made this possible. But we had a budget of $4 million, and so we had 6 different companies that submitted bids, and based on the criteria, we're going with Aggie Land Construction at a savings of $964,200. So they came in below our budget amount. And so just to remind everybody, we've got Crockett, Fannin, Henderson bathroom renovations on there. Mitchell in Houston, some sanitary line replacements and just some work there. And then Neil's sign replacements. And Bobby's here to answer any of the additional questions if you have any. It was
Brian, have
competitive.
they done anything? What other work have they done? for? Have they done
That's a great
anything else?
question.
Aggieland does a considerable amount of work in this area. They do a lot of work for A&M. They do a lot of commercial construction. They actually, it weren't just the low price, they were also our highest value.
They were.
So they came in with the highest score across the board.
Yeah, I think those should be attached.
And I do have personal history working with Aggieland in other places.
We were very excited about really the interest and then the submissions as well. We felt like we had really great representation. Again, Melissa does a phenomenal job in making sure that all of these projects are out in front of hundreds of vendors, which I greatly appreciate.
Well, I guess ready for a motion.
Yeah.
I move approval of Phase 3 Elementary Campus Priority Renovation Projects to Aggieland Construction in the amount of $3,035,800 as presented.
Second?
Motion made by Mr. Stasny, seconded by Mrs. Waller. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes.
All right.
And now we'll go to consider approval
Thank you.
of contract for Phase 3 of, no, that's not it. Where's here it is. Consider approval of a purchase of over $50,000 for the replacement of the water pipe at Crockett Elementary.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, we mentioned this earlier in the bond oversight. We did take it to them. Again, they're not a decision-making body, and we're here tonight to obviously do that with you. In the process of reviewing and looking at hail damage around the district, we found, Mr. Stires actually found, and then we contacted multiple vendors as well in our insurance company. But what we found is that the chilled water pipe was laying down on the TPO roof, to be completely honest with you. Normally it's suspended. They've got some supports that would keep it off of the roof, but what happened is it moved and it fell for lack of an educator. I'll let Bobby explain completely, but the pipe didn't burst, which is completely crazy. Yeah.
We were very lucky. It was 115 feet of chill water and hot water piping that actually just came off its carriers and it appears it just slowly fell over and has been resting on the roof. We did have an impingement of a gas line, which we took care of immediately, but we've been trying to work through the process of how we were going to repair this. Ultimately, we've got the opportunity with E3. We did get multiple vendors to go through and price to make sure we're getting competitive bidding. This is piping that under normal circumstances wouldn't have to be replaced, but it is now stretched, skewed, and moved because, again, you're taking pipe that's full of water and has been welded in place, and it actually just fell over and is now resting on the roof. So ultimately, that has to be picked up, and the concern is, well, we have cracked lines, we have other issues later, so we decided the best avenue would be to go ahead and replace it and put new insulation, new jackets, new covers, new everything, new stanchions, and make sure that we're carried on down for the future.
When did this happen?
It's a great question. I mean, we really, I mean.
I guess my question is, I vaguely remember something similar to this. I didn't know if this was the same deal or.
So we've talked about it now for a few months.
Okay.
We've
Same
honestly
thing.
pushed back on, not pushed back, we've asked E3 to we just kept saying, can you get another bid? Can you get another bid? We just kept pushing to make sure, and we finally, ran out of people that would be able to do the work.
Well, we also have the opportunity to do this over spring break. And so we're not waiting till summer. I'm not concerned with breaching of that roof. Obviously, a mechanical system that's vibrating, there's much concern that we're going to damage that existing TPO roof. Getting this all done during the spring break time period makes us whole, gets us back in service, and in allowing us to do this, it did save considerable money because some of the first numbers that were coming across were quite a bit higher.
Yes.
Y'all aren't going to put it next to Rob's Wi-Fi connector things.
We are, yeah. And you can see Bobby's been learning from me,
I was gonna
all
say,
of the
just make sure-
stressed and what was the word you used? I don't.
That was just.
I don't want this one to roll off its stanchions or whatever it's called.
Right, stanchions and the expression and the movement and
Insulation.
insulation and
Mr. Griffin, if you
fittings.
get that E-rate discount, that would be
Yeah, really.
really
Yeah.
fantastic for the pipe.
I don't
That
know
coupon.
That coupon, I bet you don't even check your mailbox.
No, where's Rob? He already left. We'll get Rob to check it, okay.
Dr. Mayo, I remember talking to you about this, how something has not happened.
It's crazy.
Which is amazing.
Yeah.
So I think this is definitely needed, so I move to approval of the replacement of the rooftop mechanical piping at Crockett Elementary to E3 Integral Solutions in the amount of $1,282,500 as presented. Sorry, I messed that all up.
Mine after you saw how much it was?
Yeah, I was like, oh my gosh, it's a big number. Yes.
I'll second, okay.
Motion made by Mr. Pavlis, seconded by Ms. Waller. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes.
Again, you can tell by Mr. Griffin as he walks off, just the expertise that we've got. You can tell my explanation and his explanation they were almost identical. His just a little more complex and technical, slightly. I appreciate him, learning from me so much. I just can't thank him enough for what he does.
Now we'll consider approval of a purchase of over $50,000 for special education buses. Executive Director of Maintenance and Operations, Mr. Pat Corbett.
Yeah, I'm going to take it. I'm going to do my best. Pat Corbett, he's over there.
Brian Merrill.
While I'm standing here, yeah, Brian Merrill. We've been in here, I think, 3 times buying buses, and that's a good problem to have because we've got ridership that is just increasing. We also a good problem to have. We mentioned earlier that we had a surplus from 2020, so we're thankful that we've got money and we've got the resources to be able to put towards these projects. And so you've got the bids in there. We did go obviously by board. And so when you look at it, there are those 3 quotes there. We are recommending that we go with Longhorn Busing. And the reason that we're doing that, it's a quality-based selection, to be honest. We've included in there all of the reasons for that. And obviously, it's not the lowest, it's close to the lowest. But when you look at our fleet and making sure that we have standardization, and then the quality of the buses, Mr. Bryant, Washington, that's what he believes, and through his expertise, Pat's, everyone, they believe it's a better bus. And so even though it costs a little bit more, in the long run, it's going to save us money. It lasts longer. And again, it is a quality-based selection instead of just the lowest price, to be completely honest. And so, Pat, did I do a decent enough? Okay, thank you. So any questions about that?
I assume these all come with some sort of warranty and guarantees over a certain life of the vehicle.
Yes,
I don't know how many miles get guaranteed on a bus, but.
Do you, Pat, any idea? Melissa's got it over there.
Do you know what we currently have?
What we currently have?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just curious from
what our fleet looks like?
Well, just, I guess we're buying this from Longhorn Bus Sales. Is that just the?
It's on a buy board, so when you look at it, it's a vendor list ahead of time that they submit their.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's an approved vendor.
Is it a true statement? Some of our older fleet might be different models, different brands.
Yes, ma'am. I didn't know if that's what he was asking.
Yeah,
we have buses. We have all over the place in some cases, so we're trying to get the standardization. And I appreciate the question. When you can do that, you stack all the same parts, stock all the same parts, all the same equipment. You're not training drivers on 3 different buses. So at this point, we do have that. But as we come in, hopefully we'll continue to be able to purchase that standardization. That's only going to increase, if something needs to get repaired, we're decreasing the time. We're doing everything we can to keep that fleet moving. And when you look at all of the different things going on and the variables of that, plus just staff, it really does significantly help. Purchasing of additional equipment, those types of things. 5 years on the engine, 7 years transition. 5 on the
year, 5 years on the engine, 7 years on the transmission.
I move approval of purchase of two 54-passenger buses from Longhorn Bus Sales in the amount of $307,934 as presented.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Stasny, seconded by Ms. Binford. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Thank you. The board will now convene in closed session to discuss the following items as allowed by the Texas Government Code, Chapter 551.074 and 551.0821. No voting will take place in the closed meeting. Any action the board wishes to take as a result of discussion in a closed session will occur after the board reconvenes in the open meeting. The time is now 9:02 p.m. The board reconvened in open session at 10:37 PM. No action was taken in closed session. There being no further business, the meeting adjourned at 10:37 PM.